everybody, and welcome back. I'm your big Tsimiko, and this is Final Fantasy XIV. Our goal for today is to wrap up Heavensward, which we should be able to do, because there's not much left from what I remember. So we're gonna tackle this, and if we happen to finish Heavensward within a timely manner, I have a number of class quests that I need to get to. I just finished getting Black Mage to level 40, so that has a class quest. So it's quite a few of these that I need to get up to date that I would like to as quickly as possible. And if we have time afterwards, we'll do the Beast Tribe quests, but probably not. We'll see. What do you want? Not easy being green. Good day to you, my wayfaring friend. Say, you wouldn't happen to be the woman who slew the Tonberry King, would you? Oh yes, I did all of the side dungeons off stream to get the content done, just to get it done. I knew it, to buy the onion. I have a fine gent for you, looking for you, that is. He has an appetizing proposal on the table, and I think you should pay him a visit. He is one of the treasure hunters at Camp Bronze Lake. Oh, and he will, of course, be there with his partner. The two are inseparable, but I'll let them tell you more themselves. Well, off to Lanoska with you. A man and his partner, huh? Oh, and I did get a little New Year's makeover. So we got a new hairstyle, and we styled it a little bit. It's cute. It's cute. I'm not sold on it just yet, but it's cute. We're gonna roll with it for now. Look at them, Tsimiko. The scions of the 7th dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Oh, what does it say? Destined to die a hero and live on as a mechanized servitor. That's a little callous, I think. Hello, noob. Good to see you. We're gonna wrap this thing up. Get it going.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain.
I don't know whose voice that
Where
is.
men go as one, there is life. And where there is life...
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
He's got a couple of those.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
I would hope so.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. Excuse me. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Oh no. The Eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. He's all cross-eyed. Is that Carthus? No. No. There we go. That's the word. That's the name. Huh. So it was here all along. That boy gets himself into so much trouble. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. What are you up to? Now retreat. No surrender. I think those are lyrics from the Heavensward song. When did I get you? Excuse me? That's cute. Tataru. Oh, Tsumugo. Just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Is that Rowena's forge across the pond? Yeah. Let's go. I almost have all the ponies. I just need Ramus, and then I can get Nightmare, and then I have them all. Where's she? Quite proud of myself. Sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Excuse me? The double take. I don't like his grin. Why is he grinning? Right, everyone? Ready to get to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Why is she grinning? Tataru's inner gremlin is showing. Are they beating me up? They were beating me up. What the heck? There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Why? Why did you beat me up? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Timiko. All in good time. And she laughs about it. Aha! Found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Tataru paid people to beat me up.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
Was not
As my tenure as
intention.
commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward? Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Uh-oh. We either have an unexpected guest or someone's dying.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy. Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Is that his voice?
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
It is him.
And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Here we go. Well. Also, apartments are a lot more expensive than I thought they were. Not that I don't have the guild currently, it's just a lot more than I thought it was. Well, it'll happen eventually. When I feel as though I've hoarded enough coin. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here, I will summon Sir Amark. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamega to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the eminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make necessary arrangements? Goodness. I thank you. A representative whom we select will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handalu that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Zinko, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have your envoy join you as soon as I can. Pure speed on your way. Oh, I also gotta get Sage and Reaper available. We'll get there. Little by little. Let's go. Just for a little bit. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Gates of Judgment. Oops. Oh. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry on the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. You being a responsible boy. The garrison commander awaits within. Why not accompany me, Tsumiko? You may see a familiar face. All I see are sad reminders. Ah, it's the boy. Tsumiko, old girl, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Aymeric too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I'll have some mulled wine brought from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse... No, do not trouble yourself, Arnois. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Making her do all the talking. These villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols, as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? A little bit, yeah. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel truly worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Onawa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridonia with you. I feel like he needs a hairbrush. Get that little tooth to sit down. Gotta down the tooth. And away we go. What is... Blood for stone. Not now. We are on a mission. Oh, it's raining. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Afraid not, friend. Seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you and there's the Minson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Aymeric. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Sumiko, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Tsumiko, I was glad to hear from Rio that the missing scions have now been found. There is much more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
What you thinking?
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
But?
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
I'm such a short lady, but I'm still taller than them. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Good to see you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Surrender. Master Alphina, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Tomiko for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Oh, I didn't even see her over there. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your introduction when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's plea for aid is but a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. I want his sword. I want his sword. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That's not how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalymo and Ida fared in their talks with Thilse, not to mention what has been going on at Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Man over there looks like he's about to fall asleep standing up. Like, are you okay, sir? Are you okay? Are you just, like, really defeated? He is defeated. He has been broken. Oh, okay. That's where that is. We are busting through these. Welcome back, Sumiko. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak about it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politicians. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. He sounds like such a spoiled boy. Or used to be a spoiled boy. He's much better nowadays, I would think. Griffin, Griffin, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ooh, wait, where am I? Here. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Elfino? Does some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Quile, how's Nako doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataro's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm sure she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot. Seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Balsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with the shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kyle and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you levieurs? I will return to the east route and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany, Tsumiko? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you to remain in the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Throw her in. Put her in the action. Put her in, coach. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorne Thought without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Balsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Figured I'd give another class some experience where it's going to actually mean a little bit more. He's right here. Never mind. Ah, Sumiko, there you are. Come. Our mirror-sized spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have needed divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck, so which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. Poor guy. Can't catch a break. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. I don't know what those glowing peppers are. Berries? Peppers? Fruits? I don't know, man, but they glowing. No. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Did I really need a cutscene for that? Ah, here it is. Here it is. It's Hilda! And Pippin! Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. And as if on cue, report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. He's got such round cheeks. They're so pudgy. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such orders. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion against the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Timika, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the 2 of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of the raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. I know he was adopted by Raubam, but I don't know if he's from Alamigo or if he's from Moldov. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. So much drama. Let's go. From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us to the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of our most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Excuse me. Belsar's Wall, now open and available. Open for operations. Nah. Where did that come from? Let's see. Immediate. I love it. I enjoyed this. This is good. Good stuff. Buzz buzz. For shame. I'll probably end up somewhere else, but I suppose I can go... Oh! What did that do? Let's go. Wow, wow. There's so much grunting and groaning, excuse me? What is it? Been poisoned. A key. We got the key. Ego. What are you? Redditor. Gotta keep everyone topped up. I don't really need rings. So I'm getting so many tomestones that I'm just buying the patch stuff as it becomes available. Ew. Go away. I'm not it. I'm not the one. Pleasure. Bracelet. I'll read that one. Are we going faster than the elevator? No. Yes. Yes. Where are we going? This way? Ooh.
here.
Okay. You're doing pretty good. Those are like the little moving floors at the airport. I don't know if anyone's ever seen, well, I'm sure some people have seen it, but like at some airports they're like escalators, but they're just horizontal instead of going up, and they just help you move faster. I thought I was disconnecting for a moment because nobody was moving and I was scared. Oh no. Cute. We did it. Good job, guys. You're doing great. Eliminator. Elevator. That's a very broken machine. Post woman. What is happening? This is not the fight that I thought it was. full moon. I forgot all about this run. This dungeon. Is it the dude? It is the dude. What is it? Ilsabard? Ilsabard? The Griffin.
Yeah.
I'll give you a glorious and warrior flight. Come, see what awaits you at the Forge of Fate. Ooh. Oh no!
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Ugh, I hate that. No, you.
For Alamigo! I have you now. How'd you like these?
No one likes sloppy seconds. Oh, oh, I probably shouldn't have ran away. Sorry, guys. I was on the right side this time.
Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Alamigo!
Not again. Sorry, man. It had to be this way. You did a good job. You did not upset me. Ooh. I'll pass.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
I don't like where this is going.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Excuse me, ma'am. Who are you?
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
The boy that
They
keeps
die
popping up.
that others may live.
Wasn't he in the Crystal Braves?
Vanguards! Attack!
Another one of those?
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Oh my god.
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
No.
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
You don't say.
Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
Came to this.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the Calamity itself.
Oh, they're all thawed now.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Excuse me?
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
My friend, you jumped a little too soon. Shield your eyes, kids. Not the eerie singing.
This light, is it?
It is.
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I wonder what would happen if I tried to stay. Would they just carry me off as well? Well, it can't end here.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I thought she was gonna scream from the top of her lungs.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida.
Aww.
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Why? Why did they let me stay? Papa Limo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, all right? I know. There is nothing more you could have done. Ilberg caught us all off guard. Even Sumiko was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you'll never forget what Papa Limo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on, back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I'll send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. And to attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, and I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense as much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. Without so much as by your leave. Pray forgive our Connie Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss of mine in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. School's out forever. Oops. I will be right back. Right back. Like. Okay, I'm back. I'm making a pulled pork and I had to go check on my pork. Yeah. Okay. So many things. There we go. The obvious solution. Ah, Sumiko. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. More from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish us to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Ishtilda's last report, the cocoon yet hung over the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concern about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sig Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. It's a boy. I say that a lot. There's a lot of people in this game that I get excited about.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
I'll be hungry.
Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
He likes to monologue, doesn't he?
Good man, are you all right?
He's hungry.
Thou indeed from home, friend.
Gridania. And again we go. Burb. This way, if you please. I do please indeed. We're making some good time, my friends. Hour and a half in, already halfway done. The story quest things.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
We're just eyeing him down.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Alagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Alagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Alagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice.
Yeah.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Alagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartanau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Ooh.
My blade is yours.
The side eye.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
It's just like, what am I getting myself into? Babysitting. Well, that was rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. This way. I was too zoomed in. It's like, why is the camera so wiggly? Zoom. Sumiko, health no, ready to go? The others have stepped out into the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall we set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such a time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ishtolo with the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Sumiko, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Alright, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Kita, are you traveling with Master Garland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Thank you. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Everyone's just watching him.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
My man.
Ugh. I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
They were meant for each other.
We are returned.
As I see.
Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back without Fano. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid.
He does have a loud voice.
Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
Absolutely.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
He is so much. But in a good way. He's a lot in a good way. Sumiko, wait! Could I speak to you for a moment? What do you need this time? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Not again. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. As my arm moves through my staff. Assuming we measure correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Fits like a glove. You're not just saying that, are you? I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is... well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Oh. I don't know about the monocle, though. Everything else is workable. Just not the monocle. Though it does feel very Papalimo. Fly free, my pretty. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Ishola and Gryle? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartno expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Sumiko, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Nicola Lake. I guess it is a lake. It's not like open. It's a very big lake. Seed. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartno before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, given that Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence, and if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not possible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Dark clouds. Spooky.
Now, where was that? I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Who are you?
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me.
Yeah.
This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
What the hell was that?
You watching, Pabalinos?
Get him, Captain.
With Solid Steel.
This one'll sting. Leave this to me.
Why are you bullying me?
I have you.
It's all over now. Your defense is nothing.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
No holding back.
It's my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalinos?
Hey. Gonna run away like a baby? Surrender. We have you outnumbered. It don't matter. Take you on. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. What in the Seven Hills? Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward, for the Empire! The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. We were holding ourselves fairly well.
With soul and steel!
No holding back!
An opening.
Yeah, run away. Get out of here. Deserting a battle is punishable by death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now, please. Not that one.
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
This one'll sting.
You need to die faster, sir.
Leave this to me.
Tis my right to strike!
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words, it'll be you who rules this day. Spoken like a true bully. This is a pretty room. Eerie and very tinny. But pretty all the same.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Omega.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
She had to push the button. Everyone wants to push the big red button.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Bro needs a chill pill.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Just a couple of missiles. I don't think you like that. Oh, it's not Bahamut, it's Shinryu. that. Oh. That must have hurt. Got him a thick tail. The Delta Force. Wonder where Shinru went flying off to.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
That might sit right with me, Coach.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
He's gone. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. To Gridania, then. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. And this is the last one for Heavensward. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Need to wait. We must first... the Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. No thanks, Sugity. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. They all out there are eager to hear your testimony. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as damned the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. But words could do justice to such a scene. None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on and on. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw a pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere in Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. The Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, as if they managed it at all. Much reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. We got a mission. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishol and the others have gathered at Amrisia at the spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Oh yeah, I have the silk quests available. I picked them up. Got as far as the bridge, I did.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Got very long hair.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
Well,
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Meanwhile...
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
What if she don't want to? It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalima's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Let me just stroll through the weeds here.
Children of the land.
Oh, I can't skip. Okay. Not that I don't like that song, but we've got things to do. He may have mentioned, but Alphino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. The only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, we have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. I do. Quick march, the Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No fool will dislodge me. Foe or fool, either way. Is he still down there? Is the boy Ilberd still mouth agape? Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Meanwhile, so sassy. I'm very bored, I would imagine. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord, I did not intend... Your will be done. Did he even say anything? Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hues. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Dun dun dun. Okay, we're gonna pause there. And we're gonna one at a time. I don't think Scholar do. I need to put you in something presentable. And okay. And we're going to Marauders Guild. That's what I wanted. Demiga, you must come with me at once. Another Tonberry has emerged from the Wanderer's Palace. A traveling peddler caught sight of the fiend and fled to Camp Bronze Lake. Once again, it falls to the Marauders Guild to find and slay it. This time, we will hunt the Tonberry in greater numbers, so that we might surround it and cut off all avenues of escape. I have not forgotten our previous attempt to slay one of the foul creatures, nor have you, I trust. I have your assurances that you will keep your fairy in line this time, yes? Then let us make for Bronze Lake at once. Our comrades have already departed, and I do not wish to fall behind. We will rendezvous with them at the same place we battled the first Tonberry. But... Oops. I didn't even know there's options. Let's see. Bronze Lake. Below is the one, since you are away, what you say? Well, I'll be thrice damned, it's you. I, the heroic lady what lopped off the Tonberry King's head. You remember us? We was the pair around the entrance to the Wanderer's Palace. Saw you right before the great bleeding Tonberry stabbed us. Wasn't we stabbed, love? Indeed we were. 'Twas most unpleasant. Now, adventurer, You are here to do something we would prefer not to do ourselves. Venture into the Wanderer's Palace again. Best we start at the beginning, eh? Like I was saying, we was acting away at the little tonberries and the big one snuck up behind us. Well, we tried to fight it off, but it got the best of us. Never been in worse shape, just lying there, bleeding. Hells, I thought we weren't long for the realm. But just as I was thinking of me last words, lo and behold, the tonberries we'd been having it out with started treating us. Nursed us right back to health, they did. That's when we learned the truth about the tonberries. See, they was only medicine folk 'cause of the curse. A curse that you lifted when you slew the Tonberry King. At art the latter common twice as kindly again. Why, it was a right pleasure having them take care of us for a fair spell. Ugh, it's a pity those peaceful days didn't last. The band of Mamulja, what call themselves the Silver Scales, came storming into the palace. They say they're mercenaries and they're nothing but the scum of the bleeding realm. The howling, the blood, and so many dead. As if that weren't enough, the surviving Tonberries were locked away deep in the ruins. Why in the name of the 12 did they deserve such a fate, I ask you? We had grown rather fond of the Tonberries while living amongst them. They have good hearts, no matter how odd their appearance. None of that should matter anyway. This fellow is Hirian and I am Makote. We are a lesser couple for our difference? I should think not. My heart goes out to the Tonberries, truly. To be so betrayed, so ill-treated, and locked away in some poor dungeon, and by one's own people, no less. My dearest and I know their pain all too well. We both had to leave our birthplace. Why, you ask? Simply because we were different. No, we will not sit by idly and let the Tonberries be subjected to such horrible treatment. Well said, love. But much as we'd like to give the Silver Scales the boo ourselves, we can't stand up to a cartload of Mamulja. So please, say you'll do it in our place. The Wanderer's Palace is the only home the Tonberries have got. Now you'll have to speak with Abazi Chirazi and get a ride on his boat across the lake. What's it now? Bon voyage? Bon voyage? Oh, they're both boys. Different kind of love indeed. Good for them. But I came here with a mission. We've got some duties to do. Thank the gods you've come, Simka. Any later and we might have had to proceed without you. The Tonberries appear to be in some sort of trance and is oblivious to our presence. Is everyone ready? Excellent. Remember, we must surround the fiend. It cannot be allowed to flee. My son, my dear son, stay away. I cannot. Damn it, not again! It seeks sanctuary inside the Wanderer's Palace. Come, let us follow and finish this once and for all. Oh my god. You're gonna make us write on that? So be it. Do not dally, Tsumiko. We need your magics. where it is. Where? Oh. Alright, wait a minute. Where's he going? But again, why do you protect this demon? It's not a demon. It's just ghost. Have you gone mad? That thing is a monster. It must be put down. No. The Rancor. She's so happy. Lily, my son, why are you here? Who summoned you? That wouldn't be me. 'Twas I. The Nym. Nym is no more? 1,500 years. Could it truly be so? I was Cerrito Carrito, before the sickness from the seed transformed me. The traders, they were first. As their ears and noses began to atrophy, their limbs grew shorter and their skin... We scholars tried to halt the spread, tried to find a cure, but in time we too fell ill. Sympathy turned into fear, and fear to anger. Monsters, they called us. Abominations. Then you were once a man. They sealed the sick within the temple with magics, tried to drown us, tried to forget us. Though our bodies had begun to change, our minds remained intact. But within every man lurks a beast. When those whom you call kin deny you, come to hate you and despise you. I too succumbed to the rancor, until you reunited me with Lily, my dearest son. Long has my mind been clouded with hatred, but by the resplendent light of Lily, at long last I am free. Oh. So wait a bleeding moment. That Tomberry used to be a scholar like you. So does that mean you'll turn into one of them if you keep slinging those spells? Or did I misunderstand what he said back there? Nah, hell's with it. I nearly killed him. Thank the gods that fairy stopped me. I wonder, how did she know it was Sarita from the beginning? Or was it only... In any case, she has regained a good portion of her memories, if not all of them, I suspect. Well, if you would excuse me, I need to take some time to put my thoughts in order and decide how I might explain this to the Axemaster. I came expecting to fight one Tonberry, not a whole bleeding mess of them. If it wasn't for you and your flying friend, I reckon we'd not have left there alive. Gotta say, you and Elka make a great team. Shame there ain't more of you scholarly types around, 'cause I could use a partner like you. Take care, Timiko. Sarito. That the traditions of my people have not been lost to the ages is of great comfort to me. I do not know how that soul crystal came into your possession, but I am glad that it did, for the sickness robbed me not only of my body, but of Lily as well. The soul of the scholar no longer resonates with my ether. I cannot summon her. Only you can. Only you are fit to wield the magics now. Here, a gown as befits a scholar of your standing. I bequeath it to you, along with the knowledge of sacred soil, my most versatile art. I cannot thank you enough for purging the rancor from my heart, but there are still countless others who have yet to see the light. I cannot abandon them to their fate. I will not. And so I bid you farewell, Timiko. Carry on our traditions with pride. Thank you, sir. Before the dawn. Come on that treasure hunter's errand, have ye? Well, I'll take you across the lake, but be warned. The palace you're making for is held by the Silver Scales, and their leader's the most fearsome of the lot. Now, the Tonberries aren't friends of mine, but I think the way that the Mamuja have imprisoned is wrong. Capturing them, turning them into thralls. Go and give those Silswords hell. Tis available. Still not good enough. Alright. Wait. Armor chest. Inventory. Inventory. I like that. I don't like them boots though. think slaying is Dragoon and Samurai? Say no to that. I'll hold on to those until I start going through and making sure everything else is up to date. And then Bard does not. What do you mean? Is it the wings? Oh, what? That in there. And that should be enough. I would hope. Okay. Let's go to Ishgard. While we're here, we can also pick up the Dark Knight quest. Fantasy, my friend. Oh, the brook. Ah, there we go, splendid. You arrived at the very moment I completed my newest machinist marvel. Well, within the very hour at least. 'Tis unfortunate that many Ishgardians cannot appreciate the practicality of my work. People such as my father, for instance. He's just hard-headed. Don't hold it against him. Is there naught that can be done for this dreadful odor? Stefan Vinian, my son, the days of shunning your nightly training have come to an end. Never should I have allowed you to set foot inside this workshop. Had I but known that the curiosity you displayed as a boy would develop into this all-consuming distraction. Is that all you've come to say, father? I am well of your distaste for... Nay, Stefan Vinian, there is more. House Amel has sounded a call to arms, and House Helianart is bound to answer. As you well know, however, our companies are light on lances. If we are to avoid dishonoring our name, every able soldier, mine own son included, must take up spear and sword and march to battle. I have not the disposition for charging into enemy ranks, father. I did not raise a coward. Consider your next words carefully, boy. As manufactory chief, I hold the authority to expel anyone from this workshop. On parchment, perhaps, mayhaps. There is only one chief we answer to. I understand that our ranks have grown thin. Thus is our house in dire need of the support my machinists will bring. Challenging the might of dragons with spear and sword is the work of seasoned heroes. Warriors possessed of unflagging stamina and robust physique. Equipped with a firearm, however, even the scrawniest commoner could engage those same skilled teams from afar. Think of it, father. If the masses were trained in the machinist profession, the casualties of fang and claw would be considerably diminished. Machinist companies would soon form the backbone of our defenses, and, as the master of the manufactory, the accolades would belong to House Helianart. Train the masses? Foolish boy. No low-born army could ever replace a contingent of disciplined knights. It is time, my lord. Svara is expected to descend upon our defenses within the hour. Svara, you mean to engage the great brute with naught but our knights? What would you have me do? The dragon flies straight as an arrow for our very own Skyfarer locks. Should we let them be destroyed, the price will be steep in both coin and honor. Father, you must allow me to deploy my machinists. Once you have witnessed them in battle, even you will be unable to deny their effectiveness. Do as you will, Stefan Vinian. As matters land, I would not turn away a lame chocobo if it offered to defend our holdings. Be certain to assemble your forces at the locks ere Savara arrives. Man. Oh dear, I fear I have allowed my passions to impair my better judgment. Of all my budding machinists, only you have seen true combat. 'Tis to you, then, that I would entrust the use of my prototype device. The Rook, as I have taken calling it, is an auto-turret, a type of machinist weapon that fights on its own. Do you recall Rostenthal's explanation of the Aethereo Transformer? That contraption at your waist will convert your body's aether into a lightning-aspected energy required to power the turret. You need simply to activate the weapon, and it shall supplement your own attacks. Svara has plagued House Helionar for long years. Should you employ the Rook to great effect, then we may rid ourselves of both a deadly enemy and my father's antiquated notions in one fell swoop. Is that it? Or is there another one? Again! Well, Timgo, we are as ready as we can be. All except for our wayward instructor. Would you be so kind as to locate Rosenthal and inform him of the urgency of our situation? I imagine he is loitering in Foundation somewhere, making his unhurried way to the workshop. We must hurry him along then. Whoosh. We'll get there. To the broom. Wait. Hey, we got them pants. Nice. You look well, Timiko. More determined. You have not heard the voice since we last spoke, I know. But worry not. If your affinity for your dark side is as strong as I believe, then communion is all you require. Come with me to the Burning Wall. You know what you must do. That was a little ominous. Alright. Back to being a machinist. Up, you say? Ah, Tsumiko, look at this scrag I caught me creeping about the workshop. Up to no bloody good, I reckon, so I sat him down for a friendly chat. A dragon attack. And the boss needs every hand on deck, does he? Aye, I'll be right there, just as soon as I'm done wringing some answers from this ugly sod. You know, where there's one rat, there's always a dozen more. Might be best if you took a quick look around yourself and deal with any troublemakers before you head back. No need to murder anyone, mind. The noise from the slug shot ought to scare him off. Well. Hello? Long shot. Ah, on the Seven Hells? You could have taken off a toe. You're Rostenthal's new pup, ain't you? If it's trouble you're looking for, then look no further than that backstabbing lamenting cur. Squinty-eyed loiterer. How uncouth, but I suppose I should expect not less from one of Rostenthal's underlings. You learnt it from the vicious brute himself. Heed my words, the Skysteel manufactory plays haven to villains. For the safety of Ishgard's citizens, the manufactory must needs be shut down. Their Ruganin instructor poses as a former commodore to the Knights of the Barracuda. This is a lie. In truth, he is a bloodthirsty pirate who murdered his entire crew. How dare he? I must uppies. Oi, what you doing with Celestial over here? You ain't seen the last of me. Thanks. The name's Celestial, one of your fellow machinists. If you didn't know, I was making preparations for our fight with Svara when that thug ambushed me. Don't bother chasing him. I doubt he knows more than what he was paid to do. But he did make it damn clear that someone out there has a grudge against our workshop. Anyway, I have to get back to me duties. We ain't ever fought a proper battle, let alone against a monster like Svara, and we'll need all the advantages we can get. Oop, wrong one. Stefanivinian. He's got a problem. Is everything alright? Rostenthal tells me that there are villains afoot making trouble for the workshop. Intimidating my machinists, were they? Setting fires and spreading rumors? Joy, too, has overheard vile slander intended to defame our master of marksmanship. You took every care to choose the right employee, my lordship. You could do a lot worse than the former commodore of Limsa Elemento's Barracudas. And now half Ishgard thinks he's lying, and that he's convicted of terrible crimes. Does someone seek to harm the manufactory's standing with these attacks upon our instructor's character? I am sorry, Rostenthal. Your association with the machinists has brought you naught but ridicule and insult. Ah, don't blame yourself, boss. After all, more than half the stuff's probably true. I was the Commodore of the Kudas, right up until I got kicked out on my arse for making a bloody mess of things. That's why you found me in Camp Overlook. I was there to visit one of me old underlings. Of course, he'd rather take another axe to the face before he'd talk to me. Me mistakes cost some more than others, and there's no bastard in Nazca as called me friend. Your mysterious rival must have learned of me tarnished past, cause they offered a fortune for me to accept the offer as your master of marksmanship. I suppose they thought the workshop would be ruined once the truth behind me charm and reputation became common knowledge. But as truth turns out, I don't take kindly to being some faceless bastard's puppet. So I took their coin, and yours, and made for the hills. I had no intention of fulfilling me contract. Not until your adventurer went and got me fired up about teaching and truth. That said, there ain't not in me agreement that says I can't fight bleeding dragons. That I gotta fight. And me students will give a better show without me there growling over their shoulders any road. Though his support will be missed, Rosenthal is mayhap correct in his assumptions. Our demonstration will be all the more impressive for his absence. Let us check our weapons one last time and assemble at Skyfire Box. I'm not even in it. Allow me to brief you on our defensive strategy ere the dragon and its minions arrive. Atop each of the 3 locks we have placed a dragon-slaying cannon. Our tasks as machinists will be to defend the cannons from Svara's lesserkin. You will find a lock in the northeast. A lock to the northwest. Okay. And one to the south. And a lock to the south. I will track the concentrations of our enemies and direct you to the cannon most in need of protection. Hark, the dragons are come. Everyone to your positions. To the southern cannon. Bad timing. Oh, man's about to die. Almost got it. Don't you? They all still stand. Well, Father, do you see now how we might prevail against the dragons without risking the lives of our soldiers? 'Twas a most impressive display. I must admit your commoners acquitted themselves admirably. I thought I heard the terrible din of cannons being fired, and what do I hasten out here to find but the high-born Helionauts frolicking in the snow with their low-born lackeys? Ooh. For the ew. After providing you with this opportunity to improve the ailing reputation of your noble house, does the consideration for House Amel not merit a formal reply? I'm just gonna call him Grinch. That's all he is. Title Grinch. Ugh. My apologies. The woe was upon us ere we could but quill to parchment. The foe. Oh yes, I imagine you were full occupied with scraping together a serviceable company of soldiers. If only your dear son was as ardent with his knightly training as he is with his idle tinkering. There is not idle in my work. You would not speak such insults had you seen my machinists in action. Oh, such a temper! 'Twould seem your association with commoners has eroded your manners as well as your martial skills. If you are so confident in these machinists of yours, mayhap you should enter them into the upcoming tourney. Mayhap I shall. Upon my oath, we shall turn Ishgard's tradition-bound combat upon its ear. Ugh. The Holy Sea's educators will be most impressed with your low-born rabble as chopped pieces by the tested blades of noble champions. My son, what have you done? The tourney's a stage upon which is flaunted the might and mettle of the four great houses. Only the finest knights are chosen to participate. Even with the aid of your machinists, our battered ranks stand little chance of victory. Must we now parade our shame before the highest echelons of the Holy See? Do not be so swift to dismiss our chances, Father. I give you my word, House Helionar will leave the contest with its pride intact. And furthermore, should we win, I will have your word that you shall yield the running of the manufactory to me. Very well, my stubborn boy. And whether you win or no, you be sure to give House Amel a good darn pummeling. I shall see it done, Father. We will not disappoint you. Is he wearing eyeshadow? Donegal, by virtue of your undeniable expertise, my father has at last recognized the value of machinistry. But we cannot stop at but one hard-headed knight. The tourney will be our opportunity to demonstrate to all and sundry the potential of our profession. My lordship, if I may, it seems that Lord Grinch has a dislike for commoners such as me. If me presence will cause you more trouble, then maybe I should quit the manufactory. Pay no mind to that preening fop, lass. He's all piss and wind. Aye, ever has Grinch sought to needle me in such a manner. 'Tis not you, my dear, that he despises. 'Tis the mingling of highborn and lowborn. House Zamael is a powerful family, and their talent for the building of the fortifications has brought them vast wealth and influence. Staunch allies of House Durandare and the Zamaels have also been party to a number of significant victories. Thus do they stand at the peak of Ishgardian society, looking down their noses at any who do not share their noble pedigree. If you wish to please me, then I would have you shine your brightest in the tourney and wipe that arrogant smirk from his face. Shall we be on our way? Before I do go back, we're going to go to the Burning Wall. Stretch. It begins, as always, with blood, a confirmation of your identity. There are axe-beaks here which have grown ferocious beyond reckoning, foul creatures eager to prey on man and beast alike. Offer yourself to them, they will come, then make an offering of them to me. Aye, if you say so, Chief. I suddenly have things that I don't know what they do. Granted, I don't use this class very often. I use it enough. Ah, now that is the Simic I've longed to see. You resent this, don't you? This pointless trial. Perhaps you even resent me for subjecting you to the... Remember this feeling. Treasure it. I want it smoldering within you when we commune in Camp Drybone. You're gonna make me do it in front of people? But I have performance anxiety. I want to do it where people can see me. Holy mother of goats. That was a lot of goats. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose, let the air fill your lungs, and then pass it from your lips. Slower, slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen for the other. Thank the 12 it is you, Sumiko. Isn't Bard, remember? It must have been ages since last we spoke. To think you would end up slaying the Lord of the Inferno. When you first came through looking for missing common folk, I took you for... Ah, but this isn't the time to reminisce. I sought you out because I need your help. Do tell. Not long ago, the Amalja raiding party attacked a caravan on the road and abducted several pilgrims. We reported the incident to both the Brass Blades and the Immortal Flames, but it seems neither is in a position to muster forces at present. You know what lies in store for those to not be rescued soon. Bleed, Simiko. There is no one else. Really? Charge into an enemy encampment filled with Amalja warriors and free some fools who should have armed themselves. Risk life and limb to do the work of a dozen men, all because you bloody asked. Is that it? That's what we do. But that's not what we do, isn't it? But that's what we do, isn't it? Every goddamn time. Fine, we'll bring them back. I thank you for... They're bound for the encampment to the southeast. And so are we. He didn't seem all too enthused. The nerve of some people, after all we do for them. They're inside, just as Isambard said. Mere moments away from being tempered, I'm sure. Well, what are you waiting for? It's time to play the hero. I am a hero. There is no playing about it. Why do I feel over-leveled? Or am I just geared that well? God bless you, adventurer. Get out of here. That is a combo. We like combos. Oh shit. Keep on running. I'll have to fix those. Are you gonna keep going? Run! Get yourselves to Camp Drybone. You will pay for your insolence. Let's go. Just didn't know when to leave off, did they? Neither did you, though, huh? I mean, look at yourself. Most of that's not even your blood. Oops. Leave it. You've nothing to be ashamed of. Let's go and give Isambard the good news. A whoop. My good merchant friend, we come bearing news. Welcome back, Sumiko. I heard you really gave those Amalja what for. Good show. I'm sure you're eager to be on your way, so I won't waste any more of your time, but thank you. Come back whenever you like. Is he scared of me now? Those who have never faced death do not scruple to condemn others to it. They know nothing of true sacrifice and are weak to their ignorance. In sacrifice there is strength, in strength there is liberation. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Atoni. With every breath you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. On a throne of bone she waits. Serve, save, slave, slay. They come to entreat her judgment. Serve, save, slave, slay. One by one in solemn procession. So, what did you hear this time? And there I was thinking you were on the verge of discerning the truth. Your affinity with your dark side grows stronger by the day, and yet there is a hesitation. Listen to me, Tsumiko. You have performed great deeds and saved countless people. You are a hero to the realm. But you are no Dark Knight. A Dark Knight accepts that she cannot save everyone, that sometimes she is fortunate just to save herself. Sacrifice, Tsumiko, is to renounce that which binds you, to recognize that which matters, and forsake all that does not. At the very least, you must realize that you cannot continue to carry all these burdens, unless you wish to die a slave. I'm fine, just a little tired. The communion is ended, and with it our time together. But we shall meet again as we did before. I need to reorganize this hotbar. Back to the forge. That's not what it's called. The manufactory. May as well be a forge. Because we be forging bonds of everlasting friendship. I must confess my misgivings to you, Tsumiko. When we queried as to our chances at victory, my prospectometer returned an unfavorable result. We triumphed over dragons, 'tis true, but such a battle has not prepared us to face coordinated parties of seasoned knights. My machinists are simply not ready. 'Tis fortunate, then, that the tourney is yet some days away. Let us keep such disheartening talk from our colleagues and continue to train them and ourselves for the contest ahead. You got it. I don't think I do. Alright. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Are you doing well, Tsumiko? Well then, that at least makes two of us. I mean, I cannot keep such important news from you, Tsumiko. Lady Laviva and Quimperain, just last night they fell victim to another ambush at the hands of bandits. The ever-resourceful Quimperain proved his invaluable worth once again with a dashing display of chivalry that would shame any knight in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry state of our knights. But that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Laviva attempted to retire to a room at that filthy inn in the Broom, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and furnished with trappings from my own home. She is up there now and asked to see you the moment you had arrived. Wait, you don't seem at all surprised to see me here. Did Janakinar tell you of the attack? Damn the fool. And after I told him to keep his mouth shut. Though I suppose I must bear some of the fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you were wondering why I summoned you here when these makeshift chambers, and no, it has not to do with the bandits' attack. It appears It has not to do with the bandit attacks, it appears, are much more common in your realm than I thought. There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision of a future that is slightly beyond our original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. So by shuffling a card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later date, and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust you will pick up this technique swifter than Janakinar. Yay. Are you ready, my pupil? The gate to the fourth heaven awaits. However, the location I have chosen for attunement will not remain the most optimal for long. You are to travel with Janakinar, and I will make the journey with Quimperain. Are there no objections? Good. Let's go. If it is Lady Laviva you seek, she just left with Quimperain for Limsa Limensa. If you make haste, you may still be able to catch them in the airship landing. As much as I would like to indulge myself on the pillows of the Rotano pleasure barges, there is a congress to be held in the vault, and all the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson must proceed without me. I am certain the Lady Laviva will understand. I can always open the third gate another day, or was it the fourth? Third or fourth, it is of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. Oh my guy. Little do you know. Wrong way. Milady, the Lady Laviva is missing. We disembarked the airship together, but came separated in the chaos of the landing. Seeing as how the lady has found herself the victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving in Eosia, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering the location. This is my first time setting foot in Limsa Lominsa, but I have been made aware of its landmarks. Might I suggest we search independently so that we might cover more ground? I shall start with several of the seemingly more disreputable locations, such as the Drowning Wench, the Astalesia, and the Missing Member. Would Milady be so kind as to search the Fisherman's Bottom and the Coral Tower? Let us meet at the 7th stage once our journey is completed. Beesh. The keb. 20-odd summers since I spilled from me ma's loins, and ain't once I ever heard the word astrologian. Now, in the span of 2 bloody bells, I gone and met myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair of live star-goppers. Didn't see where that other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. One says that, though oft end up on the pleasure barge, just if you catch me drift. Wait. Rainer, tell me you've got some news. Another astrologian. How odd. It is not often that even our city-state, known for its diversity, welcomes a single reader of the stars through its gates, let alone 2, and in the same day, no less. Yes, I took a few moments from my duties to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interested in our dealings with the Sahagan, Serpent Reavers, and the Garlean Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few moments. It was as if she thought she was being pursued, but the Charlene was gone before I could assign her a yellow jacket escort. Rowan Bahar. I seen me a stuffy lass in Rumgar poking her lovely head in holes where it ain't wanted. 'Tis rare we get one so worldly down in the gurgling belly of the tower. I had to halt training to work out what the fuss was about. The maid inquired as to where she might find herself a nip or 2 of some of the strong stuff, so I pointed her in the direction of our resident apothecary, Carvalane or the 7th Sage. Dun, dun, dun. My Lady Sumiko, I bear good tidings. The Lady Laviva is scheduled to return here within a matter of bells. Seems she entered a contract with Carvalane for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. An interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do we see young maidens walk the Limson streets without an escort, and almost never do they come to me seeking, spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy, as if being watched or followed. Suspicions, I must say, not uncommon for our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those few who agreed to speak with me down at the Drowning Wench and the Missing Member claimed the same. My short stay at the Astalesia bore no fruit whatsoever. What were you able to find, milady? I see. So we have ascertained that the lady is being followed and that she is aware of the fact. If this is the case, I believe she will attempt to move somewhere where she will be in plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that will help in this town. Kidnappings and killings are conducted in broad daylight here, and when they happen, most people just keep their heads down so as to not have them removed from their shoulders. Oh, damn this town. Milady, I shall set out once more and try to locate Lady Laviva. There is still a chance she might turn here on her own, so I ask that you remain in case she does. If she does not arrive at the rendezvous point by the time of her scheduled meeting with Carvalane, then we shall both go to the one location that is most populated after the sun falls in Lumsa, the Drowning Wench. Waiting. Waiting. I am waiting. It appears that your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head to the wench and see if she is there like your friend believes. Though I fear that if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again. At least not alive. Worry not, my starry-eyed friend. If by chance she were to arrive here after your departure, you have my word that no harm shall come to her while she remains at the Seven Sage doors. Comments? A woman in black. What's wrong with the woman standing before ye? Alright. I am not interested. I might have seen me last scurrying off to the higher line. Will someone not save me? There we go. Follow me. I fear she may not be able to remain hidden for much longer. Hippert's fiery piss. You keep going though. I did it. I got it. Lady Laviva, you have my apologies. It was my fault I allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, Quimpan. I sensed danger at the landing, and it was my instinct to run, as ever I have. I forgot that I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I realized such, there was no sign of you, so I did not so I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible, though all the while feeling there were unseen eyes watching my every move. By the time I realized that my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, night had already fallen, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. It was then that I witnessed several of the bandits had disguised themselves in garb similar to mine. I assumed this was to confuse the two of you still searching for me. It was then I conceived the idea to play the part of an imposter myself. Why hide in the shadows when you can hide in plain sight? That was quite brilliant of you, Lady Laviva. May I ask, were you at any time unable to discern who those pursuers were? The amount of effort they put into your capture would suggest they are more than mere pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no, and I wasn't about to walk up and ask them who they were or who had hired them. But that is all behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage something from this terrible night. The fourth gate ascends nearby. Tsumiko, shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. Well, I'll be a barnacle and a kraken's arse, if it ain't the Stargoppin lassie come to scry us our fortunes. Tell us, which one of you'll be dying first like? The beet red knight with a carp on his codpiece, or the stern-faced venturer on her high hobby horse? God damn it, how many pirates are in this god's forsaken hell? A lot. There'd be quite a lot, actually. I wasn't paying attention. No, I don't want to do it all again. It took so long. That's what I get for trusting AI to do it. All good. We're all good. We're good. I'll be a good healer this time. No time for talk, complain. We must away. I am heavy. He'll be fine. Wait. Yes. Skip. Tis what I wanted. What is a revest? She had a carbuncle? Lay down the muffins or I'll cut the old man a new grin under his chin. I cannot believe that actually worked. Nor can I, but then again, never have I fought someone so credulous. Now, let us do this as they do in the Fear Babes. You step over here, I let the man go. Easy peasy. Wait, I know you. You were the bandit leader who attacked Lady Laviva's grandfather in the Black Shroud. Someone has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate accent. And secondly, I suppose I can simply kill you now, rather than after pretending to let you go once the lady is drawn close enough. Stop right there. Unhand that man, or I'll have your head tarred and on the prow of a galley by cockcrow. First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers, and now the commodore of the Swiveland Thalaccracy Navy. How many more gods in this machine do you drop on me? Until next time, Lady Laviva. You have my apologies. I was a fool to fall for that bandit's tricks. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I've seen that feigning death trick actually work. Now is not a moment to be dwelling on our many failings. I have a dastard to apprehend, and you would be surprised how often people run after being told to stop right there. Lady Laviva, that pirate. She was the same bandit who... Yes, I know. That changes little, for I still have no idea who she may be, or who she may be working for. There's naught we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for. Sumiko training. Now, look to the stars and behold the arrow. The fourth heaven, or the heaven of wind, was created atop the lofty peak by Ashran, the wanderer, whose footsteps had been guided by the navigator. The wind that blows off Limelan seas guides the arrow fast and true, and so it shall deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire of confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. The fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you to access its sacred penetralia. From this day forth, its powers is yours to interpret and wield. That power will further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forego this particular lesson. The arrow blazes in the welkin, unlocking the gate to the fourth heaven, I think. Methinks. We'll do this, and we'll do warrior, and then we'll see. Lots to do. Sumiko, you might have had the decency to warn me that Lady Laviva was in a mood with me for not joining you. She seems to think that I was to blame for your misadventures. Now, why would that be? It is not as if my being there would have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Laviva. These being the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. And furthermore, it is not as if I was merely sipping cordials and waltzing with baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Laviva being granted the opportunity to speak at the vault regarding Charlene astrology. What do you think of that? I was politely turned down, of course, but it is the gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, which will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the general direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege. Little steps. Baby steps, as they say. Well, Curious George, we have much and more to do, I do. That is a bull. An unsightly buffalo. I don't know what makes it unsightly, but that is apparently what it is. Wow! Infuriate. Oh, interesting. Zimica, there is much we must discuss, but now is not the time. You surely recall my mention of the hunt for the bloodthirsty creature terrorizing the small folk? I've just received word that the selfsame monster has been sighted near Wineport. What is more, according to those who managed to escape the carnage, the creature appeared more man than beast. If it's true, then our quarry could be far more dangerous than any wild animal. We must find a way to stop it. I must find a way. This is my chance to prove to the people of Wineport, nay, the world, that my tribe and my art have been wrongly judged. Perhaps then my ancestors will deem me worthy. I think even my brother would too. There's no time to lose. We must arrive at the hamlet before any of the villagers fall prey to the beast. Let us leave at once. Got so many horns on my head. Hello? Proceed. We must proceed. Thank the gods for your presence. Wineport is in your debt once more. Fell creatures bear down upon our village in hordes, as if drawn by that great hairy beast. You must stop them. You fend off these creatures. I will see to the beast. That is my battle to fight. Watch it be his brother. Let's go. That easy, huh? Maybe it is my gear. Stop! These people are not your enemy. The enemy lies within. You are stronger than this. Take control of the beast. Do not let it consume you. brother. I was right. Look at what you are doing. You are destroying all that I worked to restore. The fate of our people rests in our hands, brother. Your weakness will cost us everything. I cannot let that happen. I will not. Our ancestors have chosen me to lead our people to glory, and no one shall stop me. No one. No one. No one. It was I who unlocked the secrets of the Chronicles, I who trained you in their ways, I who uncovered the locations for the legendary artifact. I who defeated my tribe's greatest warrior. I am the master now. I am the master. Return to me what is rightfully mine. Give me the armor. Nah, bro. I shall tear it from your bloody corpse. Beat him up. I wasn't even trying. I have failed. I failed you. I failed my people. I failed my ancestors. And I failed my own kin. I found out long ago what had become of my brother, but I did everything I could to deny it. I thought if only I could prove myself stronger than he, the people would see his madness as the product of a weak mind. That they would believe the problem lay in him, not in our tribe. Yet all the while, my own soul was growing weaker and weaker. The inner beast had taken hold, and it would not let go. It drove me as it drove my ancestors, the keeper of the armor, and my brother. Our tribe had lost sight of who we were. In seeking ever more strength, we allowed ourselves to fall victim to that which we had long scorned in others as weakness. Instead of learning to harden our wills with resolve, we steeled them with anger, and therein lay our folly. Like a bonfire, anger burns hot and bright, but when the fuel that feeds it is spent, all that remains is ash. By accepting anger as our guide, we left our wills to the mercy of the inner beast. But not you. Your will is more akin to the lava which courses through the mountains of my homeland. It burns as strongly, stronger than any bonfire, and when it cools, it becomes firm and hard, unbreakable. This quality allowed you to keep your inner beast at bay. My people were once as you are now, Tsumika, and I believe that is why my ancestors chose to speak to you. They sensed true strength within you, such strength as could rightly represent our people and our art. Had I but realized that myself, none of this need have happened. Well, what's done is done. If I'm to have any hope of restoring my people's name, I must start over from the beginning. And this time, I mustn't try to do it alone. It may take time, but together, my brother and I will restore our village to its former glory. And when we have, I shall remember Tsumiko, my friend and fellow warrior, and how she saved me from myself, that my dream might become reality. The warriors of ages past have borne witness to your bond. Wineport is in your debt once more, Tsumiko. And what is more, we have seen the truth with our own eyes. For I told Curious George as much, and that we will be relying on him for his protection. He is a true warrior, and our humble hamlet would be lost without his strength. Welcome back, Tsumiko. Despite all that transpired, the captain of Wineport would entrust his village's defenses to me? I know not what to say. It has been a long road, but thanks to you, I have rediscovered what I lost so many years ago. I will see my brother's wounds, and once he is well, we will embark on a path of the warrior again, engraving the lessons we have learned in our souls, never to be forgotten. Curiously, the moment I did avow this to myself, my soul crystal began to shimmer anew. I see yours too grow stronger than ever. It would seem my ancestors have once more bestowed their knowledge upon you. This power. Why, this is a power that I have only read about in the tomes, nay, a power entirely beyond my comprehension. To think that I once doubted your resolve. No, you have truly conquered your inner beast and become a truer warrior than I could ever hope to be. Know that you stand before me the equal of my tribe's greatest heroes. Ever steel your resolve, Tsumiko, and go forth into the realm and protect those who need your strength. With you representing us, the redemption of my people, the new era I seek, is surely close at hand. You did it. We'll pick that up with him later. Next, since we're already in the area, we'll go ahead and grab Ninja. What is that? Shukuchi. You have trained well since we last met, Tsumiko. I heard not a cry from the door as you entered, nor a creak from the floorboards as you drew near. This much is clear. Neither waterfalls nor men of wood will serve to hone your senses further. No shinobi of your abilities receives his tutelage in the field. Consider this your first lesson in the art of assassination. I need not remind you who our target is. He is ever the elusive bird, and yet I have come across some information that I believe may avail us. Rumor has it that Captain Grimwin of the Bloody Executioners has narrowly evaded several attempts on his life in recent days. This is doubtless the work of Cross and his men. None other are so bold or skilled as to even consider such attack. Nothing short of death will cause a shinobi to forsake his mission. Karasu will strike again. The only questions are where and when. Answer those questions, and it will be us paying him a surprise visit next time. Fortunately, I know of a man who might be able to give us what we seek. The captain has a trusted lieutenant by the name of Wolston, a man who, if rumors are to be believed, is known to fancy a hot spring bath. I recall reading of a famous bath resort not far from here, but the name escapes me. Have you any idea where it might be? Camp Bromsley. Why, yes, that does sound familiar. An Upper Lanoska, off to the east, was it? Let us make our way there at once. Pretty bird. To the lake we return. What'd you see, my friend? I had no idea that so many Eorzeans also enjoyed public bathing. I would say it is a comforting sight, but in truth it makes me all the more nostalgic for the pleasures of my homeland. That said, seeing all these people milling about gives me cause for concern. Even with these disguises, it is only a matter of time before our foreign mannerisms raise eyebrows among the more observant types. Yes, best we stay out of sight until our man arrives. Let us keep watch from high above until it is time to act. The time has come for me to impart to you another technique, which we call shukuchi. You may think of it as compressing the physical space around you, allowing you to cross great distances in the blink of an eye. Go ahead, Sumiko, give it a try. Yeah, sure. It is second nature to me. Very well, I shall await you on the rooftop, but be warned, while the technique will allow you to cover great distances in the blink of an eye, it does not allow you to soar at will through the sky. The ledge on which Tsubame now stands is at a level of the roof, and should prove a suitable starting point. That said, a shinobi is ever resourceful. If you would make your way to the rooftop by other means, that would serve just as well. No need. Just hop and escape. Nothing like a steaming bath, a bottle of fine wine, and a couple of buxom wenches to ease my ails, eh? As far as I'm concerned, the captain can take his bloody time. Alston. Very well, we need only employ these bamboo breathing pipes, descend underwater, and... Boro, I do not question that such methods have served us well in Doma, but might bamboo not arouse suspicion in these environs? Do you truly believe so? Underwater surveillance was always my area of expertise. I have an idea that I believe is well suited to both our target and the customs of the land. It will require just a simple change of garbs and a bottle or two of fine spirits. I require your assistance, Simco. As I see it, there's no other way the man would refuse a drink from an alluring maiden like yourself. Intriguing, intriguing! And what, pray tell, will be my role in all this? I was thinking that, your talents might be best put to use overseeing the operation. Yes, from up here, to ensure that nothing goes amiss, of course. I must prepare now, Simiko. Meet me down below, out of sight, and I shall furnish you with the item that will serve to deliver the final blow, as it were. It seems like time. have to do. How do I... Am I wearing this properly, Tsumiko? I'm not accustomed to a garb that is so revealing. Regardless, I will entrust this to you. Though it may appear to be a simple bottle of wine, I have made a few enhancements to the recipe. Off-duty or no, a salty sea dog like Wolfstein is certain to be on his guard. I'll start him off with an untainted vintage. Once he's in sufficiently good spirits, that's your cue to step in with the stronger stuff. I suspect that once his mind is sufficiently addled, he will gladly take a swig of it with a minimum of fuss. Now, let's begin. Fine wine and fine wenches. Now this is what I had in mind when I took the pirate in life. What's this? Come to battle your friend here from Wolfie's affections? Don't mind if I do. Someone fetch me a cup. Don't mind the blades at my hip. That's your good stuff. Oh, you mustn't be so modest. Why, I heard that Wolfstein Seven Stomachs once drank a whale under the table. You bet your skivvies I could, Lash. Me bleeding duties have kept me from a bottle for too long. I'm out of practice is all. Your duties? Why, that sounds so important and exciting. I'd do anything to hear more. Did you say anything? Well, maybe you've heard of the Bloody Executioners, the nastiest, bloodiest band of pirates whatever sailed the bleeding seas. I reckon our captain sunk more Gallian vessels than any other pirate combined. And just who do you reckon keeps the captain safe from all the enemies he's made? Why, it'd be none other than his dear mate, Wolfstein. The navigator have mercy. Should you not return immediately to your captain? Surely he is not safe without his most loyal, capable man at his side. Under normal circumstances, he'd be right, lads, but there's one other place I can't follow him. Aleport. Aye, the man is bloody particular about his grog. Says he can't concentrate unless he's Scottish. Oh, not that I'm complaining. Yeah, it's the only time we get a day's rest. But don't worry your little art none, lassie. Nobody knows the captain's whereabouts but me, and I sure as hell ain't bloody else ain't talking. Lassie, are you listening? She was just here a moment. You take a nap, my guy. Let's see. Much better. Oh shit. I apparently cannot go that far. Well, I was lied to. Well, were you able to loosen our man's lips? Elport's our place. I see. Captain is en route to Elport, and alone at that. By no cross, his knowledge has not escaped him. Doubtless, he and his shadows already lie in wait. We haven't much time. Let us hurry to Elport and ambush the ambushers. airport. I can smell my pulled pork. My pulled pork. It smells so good. I'm so hungry. Soon. It's not ready yet. Not yet. Woe seed. The sun sets and the port is cloaked in shadow. If there were a perfect time to strike. Speak of the devil, look at how those men walk. Those are no ordinary deckhands. Those are Imperial shinobi, waiting to pounce upon and slit the throat of any who would stand between them and their prey. Karasu is too proud to entrust such a vital mission to his lackeys. He is here somewhere, of this I am certain. Simiko, you move forward and search the docks. I will approach from the opposite direction. Tsubame, you secure an escape route. He will not elude us this time. Take care to stay well hidden, Simiko. Hidden from the eyes of Karasu's shadows, and yet I fear your task will be more complicated still. For it is not just men that serve Karasu, but creatures of the night. Creatures that see not with their eyes, but with every fiber of their being. Give them a wide berth, or all shall be for naught. That should be all. Time is short. We must move swiftly. Man, I suck at stealth missions. Let's see. Hide. We'll go this way. And is it enough time? Yes, it is. You're just going in a square, so you're fine. Redbeak. I sees you. But I was hidden. Oh, what's this? No, no, no! This isn't how the story goes. I'm supposed to be the one that surprises you. The tables have turned today, Karasu. Now face your death like the man you once were. I must say, popularity really does have its downsides. Fine, if you're so eager to dig your own graves, here's the bloody shovel. Oh, that did not go well. The slippery bastard. We have come too close to abandon hope. Come, Tsubame, Tsumiko. Let us return to the safety of the storehouse and take stock of our options. Grimwill lives. Failure of this sort does not become you, Karasu. Forgive me, Master. I had an unexpected reunion with some friends. Seems they had a mind to kill me, and just when I thought we were getting on so well. Your job is to give me answers, Karasu, not excuses. We can ill afford to let a few stray rats foil our plans. Should they return, kill them. This is your final warning. The next time you fail me will be your last. Does he have to say it like that? Fine, fine. Let it never be said that I'm not your loyal soldier. Winniport. Once more, the Bloody Crow has managed to foil our best laid plans. It is as if his skills burgeon with each encounter. But how could this be? Has he perfected some new training regimen since coming to Eorzea? But there is no time to dwell on past mistakes. Since the times of my ancestors, failure in one's duty is unacceptable for a shinobi. My mission will end in success, Karasu's death, or failure, my own. But all is not lost. Karasu is not the only one who has honed his skills. Fighting beside you back there, at times it felt as if we had trained together since childhood. You have shown remarkable focus and aptitude for our art, but you must grow stronger still if we are to have any hope of triumph. Devote yourself to your training with the entirety of your body and mind, and Tsubame and I will do the same. I await your return, Tsumiko. So many shuriken. Alright. So we've only got a couple of these left to go. But we're gonna call it here for now. Thank you for everyone who stuck around and watched all the way up until the end. I really do appreciate it. You can leave a like and subscribe. I'd appreciate that too. But I will catch you all... Please tell me I did the right thing. In the next video. Goodbye.